company, right, a corporation or an individual is basically paying our military to do their bidding, right?
Then it changed for iPhone to be Lightning, and now it's USB. Yeah.
Hey, Dr. James.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Hey, first of all, tremendous rooms. I'm glad I discovered your house, and always such a positive vibe and always learning something every day. So thanks for that. My company, we're an emerging brand in the natural products. We do have our own website on Shopify, and yes, we do make products available as an Amazon seller. So what you were saying and describing is totally true. The other thing to also think about where Amazon's really expanding as it relates to Prime, they're now allowing you, the Amazon customer, to use your Prime account to make purchases on non-Amazon websites.
What?
So for example, someone who's coming directly to our website, if they elect, they can use their Amazon Prime account as a method of payment. And it's just another, again, dependency that Amazon's out there trying to create the behavior with the consumer. From a seller standpoint, one major difference is Amazon, and I put in chat,
It's a pretty heavy
combine
episode.
Amazon's own direct selling plus all the third-party sellers that they have on the platform, it accounts for about 70% of U.S. e-commerce. That's how big it is. So as an emerging brand, as much as it's not as profitable for me to be selling on Amazon, and one key difference is in the Amazon scenario, my company does not own the customer relationship. So all I know is that you're like a 17-string serial number. That's all I know.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, when you're buying directly from me, of course I can engage in a one-on-one relationship. So it's, I don't know if necessary evil is the best way to describe it, but depending on what your business strategies and are, and if you're looking to grow, Amazon's become so ubiquitous where it's even eaten into a big part of Google's search business, where when people are just searching, they just go to Amazon and search, as you guys have been describing, and to get the answer. So I just wanted to add that from a perspective of not only, yes, I am an Amazon customer, my household does have Prime. Thursday Night Football, something's different though. It's not as good as the other networks. It's still like a digitized format. But as a seller, yes, we are on that platform, and we just deal with, and a lot of it is similar to what was discussed yesterday too on privacy. It's all in the terms of service.
I lost you, Howard. I don't know if it's me though.
Both of us. Yeah, I lost him. I can't.
Howard, we just lost you. I don't know if you can hear us, but when you come back, I'll let you kind of cut in. I want to hear the rest of what you were saying. Also, Howard, I had a question for you because I'm trying to wrap my head around something in the book. I mean, I'm very tired, and I've been listening to this while I was going to sleep and waking up today. I just started it, but one of the things they were saying that there's some law that they use to that ensures that whatever your prices are, they have to be the same wherever you go. And it was like most favored nation status, I think is what the author was calling this term. And what happens thus is that because of all, it's a reduced price, but it's also somehow it's kind of jacking up prices for what certain people have to charge to become profitable due to these extra costs. And then if you have to charge the same thing wherever you go, even on your own website, the author was positing that means that even Walmart, even places, everyone is affected by the rate that kind of Amazon set. Essentially what they were saying was Amazon sets the temperature of price, and by way of some law that was initially meant to protect the public or something that's been chipped away at over the last 50 years, what's now happening is the monopoly really sets the temperature on price at every store, which I found to be shocking.
I think you might be talking about the Sherman Antitrust Act.
I'm actually not sure what I'm talking about. So if you do know, please.
The law I know
Yeah.
governs monopolies and
Yeah.
antitrust stuff
Yeah.
is the Sherman Antitrust Act.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm looking for that. I'm looking for I'm probably just gonna have to buy this book. It's one of those things that I think listening to it is like it's very interesting, and I didn't like the guy's voice at first, the author, but now he's hooked me. Now I'm kind of into listening to his voice. But I think I'm gonna have to buy the book, and it continues to be interesting at the rate it's been interesting, because I'm gonna want to be able to dig into it and look things up and really sink my teeth into some of these things. And I think what you were saying, Marshall, is one of those things. I really would want to, from a non-legal expert shoes, I would really want to still try to understand this as much as I can, because I mean, we're also impacted by this stuff. I mean, I'm impacted by this stuff as much as you.
You should dig into Cory Doctorow. He's been fairly active. Like I mentioned, like he was an expository interview on this thing that I worked on about 6 years ago, and around that time he was kind of really on this rap about the epistemic crisis in like the late 2010s. I think you'll like what this guy's kind of consistently been about through his career.
Would you share more?
I mean, like more about like what he had been about as I'd been introduced to him with regard to the epistemic crisis.
I mean, if it's of interest, I would love to hear more. Yeah, because I'm just I don't really know anything about the author, just the contents of the first 3 chapters of.
Yeah, I mean, in general, like it was like when I say epistemic crisis, and referring back to that time, like, do you kind of have any hooks in memory of?
Well, when I think of epistemic and I think of crisis, I don't normally think about those 2 words being used together to make a point. So that's why I asked you if you'd be willing to say more, because I mean, you really hooked me when you shoved those 2 things together like a little word.
It's like where have we been putting our trust in saying that when we have an information source, how can we trust it? How do you, like, we've got news outlets that spin things. We've got, the FDA that's like not in alignment with whatever is analogous in Europe. Europe is like, we're not going to sell Gatorade. You know what I mean? Like things like that. And then, you can go down a list of some pretty interesting, like synthetic food dyes, for example, as well. So like, just even down to like, as far as like food, what's good for you, nobody knows. We know what's bad for you, and we have some ideas as to why certain things are bad for you. Like if I have a hot dog, I'm gonna boil that so that way it doesn't reach a temperature that actually is going to free radicalize the meat preservatives in fucking hot dog. You know what I mean? So like that's like one like grounded way to keep like some aspects of
you've just inceptioned me now, because now I want to go 2 steps deep.
Sure.
Here, what did you say about re-radicalizing the preservatives in your hot dogs? I don't eat hot dogs, so it's been many years since I've had a hot dog. Like,
me neither, but it's a good thread of words to kind of like get people thinking accurately about.
Is this true? What you just said? Is this true? I mean, is there? Can you talk about that, and then maybe let's loop back to the original thing? Just take us in a little tangent.
Yeah, I mean, like there's some. I think it's like I think it's nitrates or something. I don't know. There's some kind of like there's some molecule where that's fairly small that as a nitrogen based where it's a meat preservative, and like you don't want to apply an excess amount of heat to these things because they'll free radicalize.
So are you saying? Okay, let me just see if I understand, because again, I'm not a medical doctor. I'm trained in clinical psychology, and so I have to like sometimes ask a few questions to make sure I'm getting this. Are you saying essentially? I'm going to do a really disgusting analogy. Are you saying that essentially we've got little pellets of toxins in our hot dogs because that's what keeps them from going bad? But if you cook them too much, the little pellet shell melts, and the bad preservative stuff just sort of seeps into the meat, and so now it's like a double-edged sword. Now you're eating some horrible preservative that is also poisoning you.
Yeah.
Differently.
Yeah. Like there are preservatives in food where with those preservative compounds, if you subject them to some process such as excess heat during cooking, that they become even worse for you.
Okay, well, listen, legal experts, nutrition experts, anyone who can break this stuff down, if you feel so willing and you want to educate us, you have an open invitation to come on stage right now, because we were going down quite a few tangents this morning that I feel like my brain is breaking, but it's breaking with glee right now, because I'm thinking, oh my gosh, this is so weird, yet so interesting. Okay, so let's loop back to the author. And you were talking about epistemic crisis.
Yes.
And so the epistemic crisis is, give us more examples of what he or she meant.
It's like an excess in objectivity in the information flow in modern society.
You said an excess of objectivity?
Yeah.
What? Okay, can you explain? What do you mean by an excess of objectivity? I would think that people would argue an excess of subjectivity would be a problem.
Well, to be able to decide and name what is effectively subjective, you need to be able to define what's objective.
Now, let me ask you something. I only have to ask this because for me, this is the low-hanging fruit. Is this the beginning of an argument for religion by someone who's a religious scholar, or is this taking us somewhere else?
I don't think it's religious.
Oh, and by the way, Howard, I would really love for you to come up if you find that you're out of the matrix, because you were halfway through explaining something to us that I really wanted to hear about. So, Howard, I think Chad might agree or might not agree. Whoa!
How you doing? How you doing,
Good.
Dr. James? Hello, Chad.
Hi. Do we know each other?
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Captain. Hi, Captain and Interior Captain. Do we know each other by a different name, or have you always been the Interior Captain? And it's your first time here?
No, I've been a captain for a long time, Dr. James. Gotta admit. So
Okay. All right. Well,
but some people call me Ragnar.
Oh, Ragnar. I like that name. I've seen Ragnar on the app. Were you the sole Ragnar, or were you one?
You cut yourself off, Dr. James.
Were you the sole Ragnar of the app? Because I used to see a Ragnar.
Right?
Yeah, I never put my real name here, like on this app. I mean,
did you used to go by Ragnar Lothbrok though? Was that your?
No, that was not me.
Okay. All right. There were two Ragnars running around. Well, Ragnar's a great name. That is. I mean, I got to tell you, that is a goddamn manly name if there ever was one. So, pleased to meet you, Ragnar.
Pleasure to meet you too, Dr. James. We're already acquainted. I've seen you a lot in many different rooms, and I like the way your argumentation style and your I've appreciated We haven't had many one-on-ones. I'll admit that.
Well, let's get to know each other, and let's just keep it classy. And as long as we can keep it classy, then I think that'll meld.
Could it be, Dr. James, that the first times we came across each other was in Nicola's room? You remember Nicola?
I do, the void.
Ah, that's where it was, yes. Nicola, yeah. What was the last time you heard anything from her?
I think she, without my knowledge, made me a co-owner of this, there's the house she made that was dedicated to anal gazing or something.
That's not...
You know the people that get the nutrition from their butthole? I think it's called the butt winkers or something she was calling it. And, you lay on your back and you put your butthole to the sky. And somehow I became made like a co-owner or a co-mod of the Butt Winkers Club. And I was like, what the fuck? That was the last time I think we spoke, maybe a few times.
Yeah, Butt Winkers. You gotta love it. No, that's great. Oh my God. She had a very important place in my life back in the days.
She was always here. She was a staple for me of the middle of the night. She was actually, her rooms were the rooms I used to fall asleep to back during the pandemic because she was such a consistent voice.
Yeah, she was consistent. She really took her community seriously, and you got to respect her for that, right? She had that German humor, you know what I mean?
But also, it was a good mix with kind of the yoga kind of spirituality culture. I think, if I recall correctly, didn't she live on an island? And
yes,
kind of lives in paradise.
Hawaii, yeah. She lives in Hawaii as a death doula.
That doula, yeah, that's what that great room. That's where I found her rooms, was this thing called I think it was called just the Void, and I remember very much being drawn to it immediately because I thought, well, anyone who's gonna want to talk about the Void, it's kind of fruitless, but also I think it's kind of one of the ultimate conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, I like you, Dr. James. A pleasure to get to know you better.
Ditto. Chad, do you remember where you were? Because in my brain, I've already bookmarked. So we were talking about the epistemic crisis, and
you were in the middle of kind of bringing me back to maybe something else like
subjective, objective.
Yeah, the excess of objectivity, and then I was talking about how you had to define what your objective was for certain, elements to actually be subjective. I think these two terms are very easy to just overuse to try and clarify, one versus the other, and all of a sudden your head's kind of spinning. It's an interesting.
Okay, I remember. I was asking you, is this the roots of some kind of a religious kind of?
Right, and no, I would say no, but I don't know, why would you say that?
Yeah. Well, okay, here's why I would say it. I'm not making any kind of claim, too early for claims about anything, to be quite fair. But what I'm saying, my spidey senses went off because I was thinking about, first of all, every time I hear the word epistemological, I somehow end up in circles of, quasi-philosophers who are running, linguistic algorithms unknowingly on people for their own pleasure or their own practice. Is oftentimes on Clubhouse where that comes up for me. So maybe that's what's top of mind by association, kind of implicitly. And then, and oftentimes where I've heard these types of dialogues happening, it's interesting. So oftentimes in kind of these religious, grad school, private universities, they have these big philosophy departments where they like to argue, the old arguments about how many angels can you fit on the, at the end of a needle and things like that. And so when you said that, and then you said, but the crisis is objectivity and not. So if the crisis was objectivity and not subjectivity,
And we have an exit.
actually, it would be the opposite. It would be the opposite. It would almost be, yeah. So if the crisis is objectivity, you might be coming from what, like a postmodern kind of take on things. I mean, maybe as I'm thinking this through, I thought about exactly the opposite of what I meant. Yeah.
This actually reminds me of a room I had earlier today, and I think you might appreciate it. It was about Diogenes. Are you familiar with that?
Oh well, we're talking. Yeah, we're going way back, right? A couple thousand.
Yeah, go way back.
Yeah, Diogenes is Greek history or Greek myth, right?
Well, not really myth. I mean, he's pretty sure to have been lived in the age of Alexander the Great, and also
So in the 320s.
Play. 320s, 400, like before.
Around that area.
Yeah, around that area, and he was at the same time as Alexander the Great. And this actually Sammy also at this point. Shout out to you, Sammy. He also knows quite a bit about him. Are you interested in Diogenes, Marshall? I mean, since you guys.
I love all history. Doesn't matter what the history is.
There you go.
Hey, Marshall, how did you feel about 5 minutes ago? If we got into that.
I feel fine. I just got tagged into. I got asked about a defense appropriation, or like I got asked about that private donation and whether it was legal or not. It's sketchy but legal. I don't think. Well, I shouldn't say that. People have given private donations to the Department of Defense before, but I was asked. Somebody pinged me to ask me whether that was legal or not, and it's definitely legal.
I get really get a weird feeling in my stomach when we begin to tie a shoe or something, but the loop is left sort of untied. And so, Captain, I'd really like to hear you kind of, explore that thought, and then I feel like we've tied the loop. Yeah. I mean, you're right. I mean, that was actually. By the way, that was a really good, astute call out. I mean, I received that with love, but I think there's.
Yeah, perfectionism is a bitch. Yeah, I want another diagnostic thing, into the diagnostic system. You got OCD, right? Obsessive compulsive disorder. I want to add like a OCP.
Well, how about this? OCPD is actually a different diagnosis than OCD. Have you ever heard of OCPD?
Is it obsessive compulsive perfectionist disorder?
It kind of personality. Yes, it's obsessive compulsive personality disorder. But perfectionism is in there. But it's in this case, it's not the same because what it is, this is more of like a pervasive way people relate to their environment and others, and usually it comes at the cost of their relationships. And what will happen when people have this diagnosis is they really demand an unattainable standard that for others that only they define, and they will only it's kind of like moving the goalposts constantly, but they have a certain way they do things, and if you don't do it that way, it's not that you do it different, it's that you're wrong. And in fact, if you're close to someone like this or live with someone like this, what can end up happening is it can really be the root of a lot of conflict, because there's this high demand and need for things to be a certain way, but you may not ever really know what that way is until you do it differently, and then you find out there's really intense conflict. Yeah.
Let me tell you, Dr. Jim, I really appreciate you bringing that up. Like so OCPD. Okay, I got.
There's even a subreddit for people who have OCPD and for the people who love people with OCPD, and it's interesting the different sorts of ways people relate. I mean, it's very rare that people diagnosed with OCPD would sort of become aware enough of the issue to want to do something about it, because oftentimes one of the issues is that they don't see that they have a problem. Everybody else has a problem, so they wouldn't get help for it.
Yeah. Yeah, in a way, I consider myself lucky. I have a feeling this will ring. Excuse me, I'm a little bit sick. I'm, I have a feeling that this might ring a lot of bells in your head, Dr. James, when I say institutionalized perfectionism. What do you think of?
Well, I mean, if we were doing stream of consciousness, the first thing that came to mind was something I made up in my head, which was like a social OCPD. But I'm trying to think. So institutional perfectionism would be kind of an unattainable. Well, I don't know. I mean, what do you mean by it? I don't want to guess. What do you mean by it? Too early.
So I have a theory that we're all sort of like we're all affected by this. I call it a mental sickness called perfectionism. To some extent, it's a spectrum, like anything else. It's a spectrum, and we're pretty high on that spectrum because of the way we are schooled. Because of the way we go through institutions, it kills our our natural aptitude for creativity and creative thought and creative production. I think, I think the institutions do that because, I mean, fundamentally, the school system is modeled on a very, very old model, which is the factory model of the industrialization age, right? And it is out of date in many ways, and luckily, many experts agree on that. There's consensus on that the school system is. We need a complete different alternative. It's out of date. It's completely out of date. But my point was, we could talk about this for a long time, but my point is institutionalized perfectionism for me is this, that we're all to some extent, too much of an extent, perfectionists. Some are just like to an extent that it makes it a disorder and dysphoria, or personality disorder, or whatever. But I think we're all pretty much up there.
Yeah, well, we're all have like on a spectrum. These personality disorders, by the way, it's like they're just naming kind of what's there in everybody. But then when things get so amped up that it begins to kind of get in the way of one's own peace of mind and your relationships, that's where they start calling it more of like a problematic.
Thank you. Yes, and then it leads to one of the most fundamental issues, right, which is social anxiety. Because I mean, if we can't if we can't jazz and jam with people socially, we start to avoid social contexts.
Hey, Captain, really quick, I want to let you keep going. I just want to chime in though and say that back in the day when I was young, the reason the first time I took a drink was because I was curious. But what I found was that it helped me relax a bit when I was out with people, and I was very anxious and shy, like you said, socially anxious. And so I would root any of the drinking I did when I was young, the irresponsible drinking, was me like losing my capacity to do good decision making as I was drinking when I was out socially. That I would say social anxiety might have been, to a large degree, one of the main roots of my excessive drinking when I would excessively drink as a late teenager or early 20-year-old.
Absolutely. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Does that fit for you?
Yeah, that resonates a lot with me, Dr. James. And I also want to just observe around. I mean, I don't have any addictions myself. When I look at addictions and understand how they're substitutes to intimacy, social connection, if you think about it, like most of all addictions, if not all of the addictions that you can think of, are trying to substitute some kind of like human need, right? And I think
12-step programs I think that's kind of what's positive within the 12-step program is you've stunted your emotional growth. You've turned to substances where the loving ear of a friend would have been a better way to sort of better understand your own emotions through your relationships, and you could have been there for somebody else, but you've gone into isolation. I mean, so what you're saying kind of seems to nest well with some of the things that are out there.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. So what we're talking about here, and I mean, now we're at the very deeper ends of human behavior, right? We're talking about anxiety and addictions, neurochemistry, basically, but there's a lot to be said on that, and I've been studying it for a long time. But I mean, I'm also aware that it's a very heavy topic, right? There's a lot of trigger points there, so you got to be careful with where you talk about these things.
Well, that's why I say just be kind. So try to be kind. Try to be, open, maybe a little more curious than you are about trying to make a point. And if you just keep it classy, San Diego, then I think we could probably, respect is in there too. I think we can probably have a really good conversation. I think that you don't really have to shy away from a topic. I think if you can approach the topic with a desire to also better understand the people around you. So that's kind of my hope. And I would say, if you say something that's like way over the top, I have a silent assassin on the ready who just boots people right out of the room. Doesn't even make a big thing about it. There's no big thing. If a big thing needs to be made, I pull out Jersey James. Jersey James could say what needs to be said, and then, Dr. James can come back and look.
Jersey James, is that the one who just came up to the table?
No, Jersey James is hanging back, counting his money, and the silent assassin is sharpening his sword as we speak, and they're both kind of in the corner of the room by candlelight.
You're talking about your own inner archetypes.
Oh yeah, I just like to invent characters that kind of do my bit.
Awesome, got it. Yeah, awesome.
You might call them my analog organic agents. But they're not.
I got it. All right, it's an archetype thing. Yeah, you got in the back there. All right.
So we're good. But really quick. Excuse me. Howard, you just came back, and earlier on you were talking about your business as it related to kind of this enshittification phenomenon. I was just wondering, are you out of the matrix, and would you be willing to try to continue?
Yeah, Dr. James. So sorry about that. I was, driving through the mountains, but I'm at my office now, so hopefully you can hear me.
Absolutely, you wonderfully, and I'm really interested.
And as I was done, I couldn't tell I was in the matrix, but I went on mute, and then no one said anything, and I'm like, oh, okay, that really killed the room, so I apologize about that.
No, it's 100% okay. It was just a blip of time, and we've so filled up in so many things. I feel like we're multi-layers deep into tangents, which I guess is the nature of Clubhouse. But I really want to get back to what you were saying, because you have firsthand experience from a very unique.
Yeah, in essence, I was just coming at it from an Amazon seller point of view. It's essentially can't live with them, can't live without them. Amazon accounts for so much of e-commerce. That as a brand, there's a good chance you have customers or potential customers already searching Amazon for your type of product. But from a profitability standpoint, it's not as profitable as when you're fulfilling a order directly off your own website and our platform Shopify. And the one big difference is in the Amazon scenario, they own the customer. We know nothing about who you are. We don't even know where you're located.
This Amazon, is where you dropped off. This is exactly where we lost you.
Yeah. So from a relationship standpoint, our desire is to develop that one-to-one relationship with our customers. So that is definitely one disadvantage.
Well, also that's the bread and butter of going to a mom and pop shop and willingly pay a little bit more so you can get that personal touch. And so they found a way to get in there and steal that.
Exactly. And then the other thing I mentioned is that Amazon's now making its Prime members the ability to use Prime as a method of payment outside of the Amazon ecosystem. So, for example, you can go to a different website and, you'll be, if you're going through checkout, you're being asked, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, PayPal, or now Amazon Prime is popping up. So they're also now building, think about it, they're building the data of what consumers are buying outside of their own website, but allowing the consumer to use that Prime account for a method of payment.
So I've got a question for you, Howard. Have you begun to explore and exploit the use of OpenAI's ChatGPT direct connection to businesses and sales that they're doing now, both through the main just website and apps, but also through their new browser. And what my understanding is that they've also made a deal with PayPal as well. So they're setting up so consumers, ChatGPT will shop for you and can purchase for you now. And so I have a feeling this is going to really challenge the monopoly. Like OpenAI is challenging, I feel like every monopoly right now in a lot of different ways, or they have them kind of in the bullseye, in the target, in the upcoming future, as their singularity brain grows bigger than everyone else's. Obviously, they can figure out how to sort of get in and begin to make a dent in other markets. I'm curious if you had any experience with that, if it's kind of just another monster of a different name, or
no, excellent question, Dr. James, and very timely. So we are on that journey, and specifically as it relates to PayPal, and we've been a PayPal customer as a business for 5 years now. We've been invited to participate, so we filled out all the information, and then we got the nice note back that someone will contact us, that we're essentially on the wait list. So we are definitely interested in, again, from just a philosophy standpoint, to your point, we're dealing in a category where we're competing with the Colgate Palmolives of the world, the Procter & Gamble's of the world. I know, obviously, I'm not going to outspend them on advertising. I'm not going to outspend them on marketing. But what I can do, to the best of our ability, is outperform from a customer experience and customer service point of view. So the more places that we can connect directly with the consumer and then go out of our way to provide a great customer experience and respond, very quickly and directly to emails and with a personal touch and things like that, that's where I feel we have a chance to win here. So,
well, Howard, can I just interject, and I'll step out of the way. Here's my theory. I think businesses right now who can jump into this pool and get a sense of what is the new SEO of the language of artificial models that are able to control, like as operators, control browsers, and or just have access to marketplaces and an ability to pay. If you can, not you, but if one could sort of get a sense of what sort of makes you attractive to an AI model and make it very easy for the model, even through the archaic means of using, point and click like a human, like the OpenAI Atlas browser does, and Perplexity has a browser that does this, and there's several others that do it on the back end, kind of these invisible browsers. If you can make it very easy for the AI model to shop at your store online, you will have, I think, probably a much better chance by way of just ease of use for the customer, that they will probably begin using your product more, because it's that much easier to do the shopping in the maximum lazy way that everybody seems to be drawn to.
Dr. James, I think you're totally onto something, and I want to give a shout out to Dr. Francine, who I had lunch with about a year ago, and we were on this topic, and she basically said, hey, you've invested in all this great content that you've got on your website, but are you feeding it to AI? And at that point, I'm like, well, tell me, what exactly do you mean? And she's like, yeah, the more you can put your content out there in the AI models and start training and educating, you're going to be that much further ahead of the curve. So we are hopefully on that path. I'm sure there's a lot more we can do, but we're totally aligned with where you're going with this, and I do see that strategically as a key opportunity at this moment in time.
So as a business owner, or one who isn't very deeply involved in business, at whatever level you're at, how do you see the landscape of this sort of enshittification, do you see Amazon as being exploitative of both their customers and the businesses? I mean, one of the things this book talked about was the pinwheel effect, where you get the cheapest prices, you get the most customers, but by having the most customers in the biggest marketplace, businesses are beholden to sell with you, and then thus you become sort of sucked into their rules of the game. And then because of like the antitrust monopoly laws that are being chipped away at, there was something that the author referred to as most favored nation status that somehow had something to do with having to kind of have prices be equal wherever you shop. I don't understand that part at all.
Right.
I need to actually, yeah.
Right. Yeah. No. And I think maybe this is where I cut out before when I was in the Matrix. What I was commenting on was similar to the discussion the other day about your own personal privacy and when you're dealing with someone and the terms of service, right? I know we all just click the box and who really reads it. As a seller on whether it's Amazon or Walmart or any other platform, TikTok Shop, their terms of service, it's pretty ironclad. Essentially, they're saying, hey, we make the rules, we select and give you the privilege to sell on our platform. And at any time, for any reason or non-reason, we can basically disconnect your offering and delist you. It's all our prerogative.
Okay, so most favored nation is an Amazon policy whereby they can delist you if you do something that they're not happy with, such as charging less somewhere.
Right. So part of the terms of service is I cannot undercut our website or any other third-party website that we're dealing with. I cannot undercut the pricing that's listed on Amazon.
So if you didn't want to be Prime, that's another thing. But as Prime members, or even just as an Amazon business, if everything you do within the Amazon ecosystem to get more favored nation status means you're taking a bigger hit into your profit margin, is that kind of what ends up happening?
Yeah, ultimately it does. I mean, Amazon, and I'm oversimplifying it. And again, every business situation is different.
And I'm not asking you to break terms of service or talk shit either. I'm just curious.
And for clarity, I look forward to reading and shitification, but so I can't really speak exactly to the detail there. But from the standpoint to win on Amazon, it's basically set up for scale. It's set up for large volume at smaller margins compared to, again, there's certain fees you encounter being a seller on Amazon that my own website, I don't encounter any of those fees. So there's trade-offs, and it comes down to ultimately what your business strategy is. How important is it owning the customer relationship? How important is it for growth and market share, and really what your overall objectives are? So every business situation is going to be slightly different, but I would say to really profit on a platform like Amazon, it's built on being able to really increase the amount of volume that you put through so you can at least begin amortizing some of the fixed expenses that you have behind it.
Okay, thank you. So essentially there's the gamble with going on Amazon is like, I get access to this huge marketplace, but I have to be able to scale up. And if I can scale up, then I can maybe tip the scale in my favor by selling more widgets.
Yeah, it may be, from a business point of view, acceptable, right? An acceptable amount of kind of profit that you clear at the end of the day. But yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it. And as I indicated before, and I put it in the chat, Amazon, when you take the products that they're selling directly combined with all the third-party sellers and brands that are selling on the platform, it does account for 70%, almost 3/4 of U.S. e-commerce today.
Is that why Ferrari's not listed on Amazon?
Yeah, exactly. So it's too big to ignore. And Amazon's also been cutting into, and it'll be interesting now with the AI tools that are emerging, but Amazon has also been cutting into Google's search share too, where more and more consumers, especially if it's product related, where maybe previously you may have gone to Google to start your search, you're just going directly to Amazon and start searching. So if you want to be found, you do know consumers are looking for your brand on the platform through its search.
Sorry, not to interrupt, Dr.
No, please interrupt. Get it?
Okay, thank you.
And also, really quick, good morning, JCC. Good morning, Caesars. Good morning, Dee. Good morning, Rick. I'm sorry that I ignored you so long at the breakfast table, Pacific Daylight Time. Welcome. And
Yes. No, all good. Yeah, hello everybody. So I want to say I really appreciate this conversation. Now it's a little profit oriented. That's fine. I mean, the three things I love the smell of. Money is not one of them, but that's just me. But Howard, nice to meet you. Nice to hear some of your insights, and Dr. James, I have a feeling we're gonna talk much more, but I gotta go. And to everybody, just peace out and have fun, enjoy everything, like life. Anyways, I'm gone. I'll catch you later, Dr. James.
Thanks, Ken.
All right. This would be the part, if I could chime in some music, I would play De La Soul's Strobe Light Honey. I gotta go, I gotta go, I gotta go. Don't go. Gotta go, I gotta go, I gotta go. Don't.
All right. Peace out.
So, everyone, I just brought up this idea of enshittification because I started listening to this audiobook last night, and I continued this morning, and I've just been enthralled by what I've heard so far. But, obviously, we can talk about anything you want. And Chad, who's now going by ChatGPT, at my secret suggestion, he brought up this author that he did some kind of documentary work, and they had him as a featured speaker in this documentary. So I hadn't heard of this author. I don't know anything about the author. I just know that the first 3 chapters of the book really kind of hooked me in terms of, it's just companies that we all know and either love or know and hate, and the way they kind of get into a space and sort of absorb it. They just take it over and become something else. It's kind of like chicken or the egg. They have some killer feature that is useful, and then people are drawn to it, but then it hits a certain point where laws and policies and just market share and are leveraged in different ways to kind of maintain their stronghold over whatever their sector is. That's kind of.
And Dr. James, real quick, one other thing that you mentioned earlier that really resonated with me, and I know this has been part of the model with, call it the banking segment, has been the cost of switching, right? Where
that's one of the big things he talks about. That's a common thread in this book.
Yeah, no, so when you think about, and there's challenges sometimes, and I've experienced, in the last few months, challenge with my bank. It's a major bank. Very frustrating, where it's something like so easy to, you think could get resolved, but you get being handed off or pointed to different departments, and you go through the phone tree and you put on wait, and someone's telling you that no, it's a different department. But then I think about, okay, there's other banks, of course, but then I think about like all my bill pay and everything else I've got set up, and I'm like, I'm going to still be a little bit more patient here, because it's going to be somewhat of a hassle if I've got to now start a whole new bank and redo all my bill pay. And that's just one minor example that came to mind when you mentioned about the cost of switching.
I imagined, the shark swimming. Well, it wouldn't be a shark, but the sucker fish that you put in your aquarium. If you've ever had an aquarium, they clean the glass.
Yeah.
They're not really parasites, really. They actually do a service. They're part of the ecosystem. Maybe it would be more like some kind of a blood sucker, that maybe the familiar leech is better than the larger one coming to do worse damage or something. But yeah, the author mentions this idea of it's the cost of leaving. And so in the Facebook example, the cost of leaving is your friend group, unless you can convince them all to come with you. With Amazon, the cost of leaving is convenience, it's price for businesses, it's having a ready-made market of people who you can get your product to. Other things. I'm trying to think. He went into some of the other chat. So I did hear a little bit of the iPhone and Apple, and one of the things Apple does is they leverage trademark law to protect their parts from being resold to secondhand repair shops, or at least they did historically. And the way they got away with this was they had little microscopic Apple logos on all their parts. And so they could argue that it diminished the value of the brand if you resell a part and it's not fixed properly. And then you buy this phone or this resold product and it doesn't work right, and then you're like, oh, fucking Apple, they've got garbage products. And this is I thought that was really super interesting.
Aftermarket parts for iPhones, particularly screens, have been a thing for pretty, like at least the last 10, 15 years.
But did you know it's because they have little microscopic Apple logos on it and they use trademark law to legally protect themselves? Did you know that part? So you, like, if you're shipping Apple parts secondhand internationally, you're committing a crime, I think. Kind of like, you know, if you were a mule for Escobar or something.
I used to do the replacements of those screens, and there are different companies that you can order different quality of replacement screens from also.
So maybe it would be worth all the work that you do. You get a little laser beam to put your signature or some kind of symbol that represents you on all the work you do, and then you too can be protected. Honestly, if I could,
we'd have to flesh that theory out a little.
if I had a good speaker system and I knew how to use Club Deck properly, which I can't believe I don't know how to use it. It's annoying because the fact that I can't use it makes me want to figure it out even more. But it's just like the one more thing to do. I would play a chapter of this book for us to all talk about, maybe do like 10 minutes a day or something to just get into, because I just find it so nutrient dense and interesting. You can kind of just pick up anywhere in the book and it's like, oh my God, really? What?
It seems like people with Club Deck have no problem streaming, whether it's audio. Yeah. So
I have an M1. I have an M1 MacBook Pro. I'm due for an upgrade, quote unquote. Air quotes. I'm due for an upgrade. Isn't that what they want me to believe?
So, Dr. James, to come full circle while you're speaking, I just went on Amazon and I ordered the book.
Oh, nice. I think I'm going to end up buying the book too. I mean, I'm listening to it streaming through Spotify because they do audiobooks now. But I think I am going to buy the book because it's one of those books where I kind of want to get in there and do underlining and highlighting, and I want to write in the margin. I mean, I literally want to have the physical copy so I can, you know, just do some damage to it for my own edification, and maybe I'll be able to explain these things a little. The author should thank me. I just helped sell one book.
What's the book, Dr. James? Sorry, I just came in.
And shitification, why everything suddenly got worse and what to do about it. I literally just started listening to this thing on Spotify. I know nothing about the author, but Chad came in earlier and he said he had this author as kind of a keynote speaker in a documentary he worked on. And we were talking a bit about some of the things that he recalled about that. And the book itself is just kind of about the way big companies get into a space and they sort of just begin to, I put in shitification creep. That was my own phrasing. That's not from the book, because what I envisioned, it's kind of just like the tentacles begin to sort of span outward, and you know, businesses do what businesses do, I guess.
Right. No, now that I looked at the top of the room, no, Cory Doctorow is great. I bet the book is wonderful. I didn't realize who the author was.
Wait, you've read this book?
I don't have the book, but I know the author.
I have. I've read the book, and I've heard Cory Doctorow talk. Well, Cory Doctorow used to be sort of a fixture around Silicon Valley, and he's the son of a very famous writer named E.L. Doctorow, and so they all have that gene for the good writing, anyway, the book is great and the theory is great. He's very often on a podcast that a friend of mine named Leo Laporte runs, because they're good friends, and you know he's very clever. He will not let his books go to Audible because he wants to preserve the rights. He's very big on certain things like the intellectual property rights.
Yeah, I actually sent him an email to his website about that, because for people who start to have vision problems or as you get older, it's harder to be able to read hard copy books. Audible is such a gift. And I question that. I wasn't sure why he thought he was losing his IP by using Audible.
Well, one of the things in the book that they talk about within shitification and Amazon was that that's one of the ways, the cost of leaving, that seemed to be a common thread in the first few chapters at least, was, you know, with the DRM, with digital rights management, if you delete the apps,
That's
you can't.
what it was, digital rights management.
Yeah, you lose the ability to actually enjoy your book that you bought.
Right. It's like when you pay for.
Is that me?
Oops. Oh, sorry, it was me. When you buy a book and pay for it at Amazon and download it as an audiobook, even though it appears in your library, it really isn't yours. So basically, Amazon can take it back anytime.
You know, iTunes with DRM early on, it still lingers in my iTunes, I believe, because all those things that now you can just stream through a subscription. Back in the day, I purchased the albums like you would have bought a CD or an album, you know, something on vinyl, and they had DRM attached, so that when they started getting rid of DRM, they would let you do like a one fee purchase to remove the DRM from all your music that you purchased through them. So they charged you again on the back end. But I had purchased so much music over the years that it was going to cost me like four digits in dollars to before the decimal point to be able to do that. And I'm just like, there's no way, I just can't. So I guess I'm beholden now. This is the way they maybe got away with not paying people in some class action law, or maybe that was an agreement they had. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, DRM sucks.
There is a hack for this, though, Dr. James, which is that if you download it to your computer, if you don't buy it through your Apple subscription or through your Amazon subscription, once you have the library, if you buy it through a credit card or through your debit card, you can download it to your Mac or to whatever your laptop is, and then you have it. You have the access to it offline.
No, yeah, no, don't. I mean, you don't.
Through their app. Through their app, you mean?
Yeah, but you can't. You don't have access to it forever. I mean, they still have the digital right.
No, but I'm saying if I bought a book on through Audible, using my Audible credits, and now I have a library with my 40 books or whatever I have in there. If I once it's in my library, it appears that I can download it to my Mac and still have access to it.
But you're not going to be using QuickTime, or you're not going to be using VLC, you're not going to be using Plex to play it. You're going to be using Audible app, Amazon proprietary software.
Yeah, it's not. Trust me, Elle. It's not yours.
It's like buying an album, like something on vinyl back in the 70s. Say you bought ABBA, their famous album. You had it on vinyl. It's your prize album, and you've kept it for decades, pristine. You would have to continue to use the record player company, proprietary record player through eternity. If you want to listen to that album record, you couldn't have a new hi-fi system that's a different brand. Like, you couldn't ever switch. Is that a good analogy, Dr. Fentz?
Yes, that's what an analogy. Of course, a vinyl isn't that, because you can switch, but it's digital rights.
That's why DRM sucks.
Yeah, that's why DRM sucks.
Would you talk a little bit more about this book? Maybe if you recall anything from some of the subsequent chapters. If you were just going to give it a rating, maybe just an overall kind of review. Is it worth me sinking more time into? Because I'm kind of already hooked, and I think I'm going to finish this thing this week.
Well, I believe it's good for people to know about, because what he does is call attention to all the ways in which people have us, so to speak, because we're consumers.
Do you know who says this word a lot, and this is why I ended up even listening to even one word of this book? You know who says enshittification a lot in here? David.
David, that's right, because I'm sure David has heard Cory Doctorow. Cory Doctorow made it up.
So you're saying this is good information for people to have. Would you say it's a good book, or is it kind of like a surface analysis, good introduction?
So once you've seen one example of it, you got the idea.
So it's exhaustive in terms of making the point?
Sounds more like it's ubiquitous.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the point is ubiquitous, and he does have some good ideas, if you're willing to go to the lengths that he goes to.
So, the audiobook thing, I think that the Audible files are .aa files, right?
Are they?
I have no idea.
I wouldn't know because I've only listened to Audible books through Audible. Typically, I try to find, the book in some non-DR.
So what you have to do is, if you really want it to be yours, you can get third-party converters that will convert it from.
You mean strip away the DRM?
Yeah.
I thought you'd be against that though, Rick, because that's sort of like theft from Europe.
Well, it's not theft if you've bought it.
So you would be cool with if you had some sort of product that you were getting paid royalties on, if a single user said, I'm stripping away the DRM for myself, but I'm not going to share this, that's fine for you.
Correct. Yeah. Now, if I was stripping it and then sending it to 10 people, that is stealing from the author.
So what if you're loaning it, kind of like the archive.org argument, and the fact that the way they have to, like when you look at books on archive.org now, you have to check them out like a library, like a physical book, and they have to have one physical copy per loaned copy. What if you loaned it out to a friend? Like you could loan out an album or a CD, but you didn't listen to it the whole time. Would that be okay?
Yeah, I think that would be okay, because you can listen to them together. It's like if I have a subscription to a sports network on TV, and I invite people who don't have TVs to come watch it at my home.
Oh, wait a second, that's slippery slope. Now you're broadcasting your radio. Don't you have to pay royalties for that? Because I'm
not broadcasting it though.
You're playing it at home at a park.
I'm playing it at home at a park.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. This gets a little dicey when you have large events you're doing. A DJ still has protections in that sense. A DJ can play music. It's kind of part of the draw of, those types of genres, but that where you play it. But I think there is something to be said for if you're a DJ and you have mix, you can mix it live. But if you put out your mix album or your mix CD, you have to pay royalties on anything that's now recorded. Is that?
Yeah. Because there's the mechanical rights. So you could own the recording, but you'd have to license the music from the author.
Unless
now,
if you are sampling.
Well, with sampling, you're supposed to pay royalties on. There's still a lot of stealing that does go on with sampling, though. It's kind of hard because a lot of people will take a sample and then they will alter the sample. They will pitch change it. They will time change it. So many ways.
One of the new tricks with that though is you use AI to create sounds like the essence of the sample, but you change one little frequency in it to have it not be the same legally only though.
Yeah, it's cheating legally. It's legal cheating.
Have you heard of that? People doing that? Because I learned about this in the last.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing that big pharma companies do when they and I don't know if Sam is here, but where they will change one molecule in a drug and then just call it a new drug.
And then you can patent that as its own kind of thing.
Yeah, so they can keep that patent, you know.
Or they'll change a thing about the delivery system or the packaging of it.
For drugs, or like MAPS did with PTSD, MDMA therapy. They said that the therapy itself was part of the.
Oh, interesting.
You know what's really interesting is talking about Amazon, and everybody talks about how much of an innovator Amazon is. Amazon is basically Sears. They didn't really invent a new idea. It was just a different delivery format, And
no, you go ahead.
Because the Sears catalog, when the Sears catalog came out, they at one point they had a bank for a while. They sold mortgages and they sold homes. The mortgage thing, I think, kind of failed during the Great Depression.
Hey, Rick, I'm going to say something that's probably really disturbing to some people, so trigger warning. I'm going to broach the topic of sexuality. You just have to say this because it's just such a funny memory I just had. You know how they used to get Mason?
You're going from Sears to sexuality?
Oh, yeah, you'll see. You're going to see. Get ready. Hold on to your hats, boys and girls. So you know how Sears, Macy's, Nordstrom, they all used to have their own catalogs of all the things they sold?
Yeah.
Rick, and you know how they had a section for the
lingerie,
boudoir clothing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So some of my first quote unquote sexual experiences were with those catalogs.
James, that's a big stretch, dude, to go.
That's what I thought of when you brought the catalog up. I hadn't thought of those paper catalogs since I was I don't want to say a kid, but since I was. Anyway, go on, folks.
But yeah, I mean, they sold guns, they sold houses, they sold musical instruments. They really, and I think it may have been Montgomery Ward's was the first big one, and then Sears kind of took it to another level. And they really did have kind of they used much like the Department of Defense kind of developed the internet, with some other people, and then it got used by private industries, and the mail order catalog. The government, started a mail service, and people go, oh, how can we exploit the mail service to make some money? And so when they say that government doesn't give us stuff, none of this stuff would exist without the government actually doing it first.
The government does all the basic research.
Yeah.
And then we get into the declassification cycle, and there's unlimited examples of that pipeline ending up starting in the military and ending up in your commercial consumer hand.
But it is if you can get a hold of an old Sears catalog, like 1920s, it's crazy the kind of stuff that they sold through that. You could
Sears
hit homes.
Sears was a distribution network, like Amazon.
And they did financing, so they got into everything. So they put a lot of small companies out of business. And then, remember Kmart, then Walmart started.
The Walmart version.
And Costco. And now Costco. But the enshittification is different because of its being digital. So the thing about digital platforms is what they do is they encourage you to use the platform by being convenient and better, and then once you're trapped in the platform and you have loyalty to it, you know, meaning all your downloaded books are on it, or you know, your Apple iPhone, you know, you've got 170 apps like I do, then it's almost impossible for you to extract yourself from the platform, and that's where they begin to extract value from you, and and then um, and then you can't leave. It's a great loss for you to leave, and that's the whole that is the whole thesis of enshittification. That there's these stages of where platforms are and how much they are good for the user and how much they are not. Like I have noticed in the last few iOS updates that it is now more difficult for me to find things on my phone that I could easily find before. And yeah, I'm not, you know, a young person, but on the other hand, I'm pretty tech savvy. And I can only say that they no longer really care about the user. They care more about the information and how to make sure that you're using the phone for as much as you possibly can. And so what they do is they put things in your way that, you know, that make you think you want to use the platform. Like, do you want to upload your contacts to this, or, you know, do you want to introduce your friends to that? All kinds of stuff like that. But it's not necessarily in your interest anymore to trust the platform to do that.
Excuse me, really quick, Rick. I'm sorry, everyone. Rick, after I made my little snide comment in the middle of what you were saying, I just want to let you know what happened. My phone did a weird thing where the screen went dead, and I was hitting buttons to try to get back to the room because I couldn't unmute myself. I couldn't hear you after a point in time. I was trying to reboot my phone. Apparently, I set off my 911 alert. My phone started going into siren mode, like I was getting mugged, and loudly right in front of a fire station. And then it called 911, and I had to apologize profusely to the 911 operator that I had just been, you know, clumsily trying to reboot my phone because my phone was getting bricked. And then so I went through this whole process of rebooting my phone. Eventually, somehow, I turned the dimmer down all the way. I don't know how I did it. So I missed everything after halfway through what you were saying.
Oh my God.
That was happened on the back end. Just share.
And you missed the whole thing I said, which is the whole principle of enshittification, how they no longer care if it's easy to use your phone once you're trapped on the Apple platform, because all your other devices are Apple, you know, and all your contacts are there and blah, 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 you know, then they make decisions that are designed not with you, the user, in mind, but with themselves, the data gatherer, in mind. And so it's no longer easy for you to use your iPhone. And that is why you're getting stuck in things like that, where your phone gets bricked and you don't even know why. It's because they've done something, you know, in the operating system now that no longer serves you.
There's only four buttons. There's only 4 buttons on the phone. Everything's touchscreen. So if you dim your screen and you don't have, you know, audio assist on, you're fucked. I'm so sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to interrupt like that, but that was really, really kind of, what about life imitating art?
Yes, but you also cut off everything. You didn't hear anything I said after the half of what you heard what Rick said, because I gave the explanation for what was happening to you at the time it was happening to you. So that was surreal in another way.
I can't wait to hear the replay of today's room. That's all I have to say. Normally, I'm like, I don't need it, but today I can't wait for it. I just want to, and Rick, will you finish your thought? So just selfishly, I want to hear the rest of what you were saying.
Well, Dr. James, the reason that your phone went crazy like that was actually God punishing you for having carnal relations with the Sears catalog.
That's right. It was God. That's right. That is true. That is true because you know why? Because never mind. Let's just stop. I'm gonna.
Hey, if I can jump in really quickly, to Dr. Francine, what she was saying, it's a lot of it with the buttons is also because the phone wants you or the software wants you to talk to it now, right? I've actually gotten into the habit of just long pressing for Siri and basically saying everything like launch photos, launch camera.
That's where it all went wrong. I was holding down the button because I was going to try to talk to Siri, and next thing I knew, I was dialing up 911, and my alarm was going off.
I hate when that happens too. I usually wait till I see the little thing at the bottom or the screen will start changing around, but I think they're trying to groom us into a buttonless operation.
No, I know it was. I was frustrated, so I was clicking repeatedly, and I think I have my thing set to a 5-button click of one of the buttons, calls emergency, and sets off the alarm, like the actual kind of like the I'm getting raped alarm on my phone. I'm getting...
You know, it's even worse than that. Being out in public, and I don't know if you guys do those Amber Alerts where you are, but you could be in a Starbucks and everyone's phone starts doing the Amber Alert thing, and we're all thinking it's like World War III because all of our phones sound like sirens now.
Good morning. Good morning, Daryl, Tara, Dan. Dr. Francine, thank you for narrating my life as it was happening, unbeknownst to me. I really appreciate that. The level of intuition on your part is unimaginable until I listen.
It wasn't me, it was Cory Doctorow.
Well, we had Sam here. Sam left. I know that Sam had probably something interesting to say about some of the things we've been talking about. Good. Welcome back, Sam.
Good morning, everyone. I absolutely have nothing to say. I just came up here because you guys sound better when I'm on this.
Ooh, well, I like that. Good morning, Tara.
No, I can hear you better. Not that you're like all of a sudden became
more palatable. I know. I'm way more palatable when you're closer by.
I love this room so far. Would love to do a book club about this book. So I was a software engineer and then became a UX researcher because of seeing gaps in understanding users' needs. And then now, it feels like a lot of companies don't care about them anymore. And it's to the point that a lot of people are using social media less. And I do wonder,
did you burn your toast this morning, Tara? I'm sorry, I just have to ask you. Did you burn your toast? I heard some scrapey. Does that sound like butter nice scrapey toast before you put on some butter, or is that it?
Someone in my building is doing some construction.
Sorry to interrupt. Go on. I'm sorry. That was
hopefully they don't continue doing that because it has gotten out of hand just with like the frequency, and I don't know like where it's coming from because I live in a massive building.
I'm gonna hold you to the original topic you brought up because I really want to hear the rest of what you're saying. You were saying that you're a software.
Sorry, I just get kind of thrown when people mention that because it's this constant stressor in my life.
Aw, I'm sorry.
Reminder of that.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to be a little cutesy about it. I thought maybe you had a little breakfast you were making, and it sounded kind of like the scrape my grandma used to do because she'd always burn the toast for me when I was a little kid. That's what it took me back to. But so you were saying this topic you might do a book club on, and because you have you're kind of cross-pollinating in a couple of domains that seem in this.
Right. I thought you had mentioned the idea of reading from this book, like doing a recurring room, and I said that I would love that. Because I'm trying to better understand, why this is happening and what might be the limits of it. You know, I feel that now we're at a point where service can be a competitive advantage. I forget who it was who'd mentioned that brick and mortar, for example, people are willing to pay more just from knowing, you know.
Right. You pay premium price for the personal touch.
Yeah. And also, small businesses were pulling from guidebooks from these massive players about what's prioritized and how to build. But I don't think that everyone can do what Amazon is doing and have a successful business. But if we look at the startup world now versus a couple of years ago, a lot of people were building something for a niche group, and that felt like what investors were pushing as well. Versus now, there's more. That's not enough. You got to build for everyone, except that you can't, because you can't have that understanding of everyone. You can force it if you have the advantage of a lot of people already being bought into one thing you built, and then you just collapse it into another thing and they're stuck there.
OpenAI is doing this right now. They're creeping. They are kind of doing the creep into the other monopolies by way of.
Right. But not everyone can be OpenAI.
That's right, because they have the biggest singularity.
Yeah.
They'll be able to know exactly how to sort of exploit all the little, surface security holes in, the surface area of the business models. Are you aware of the commerce that's now going on within ChatGPT?
I'm aware that people can pay for custom GPTs, but not the extent of.
So I think you were here earlier, because if you mentioned that comment, that was like right at the start. Howard was up here. He's a business owner. He was giving us a perspective on a lot of this stuff. But one of the things that we were talking about was, if OpenAI is making deals with all these different companies where through your ChatGPT interface, you can say like shop on Etsy, but also they've just launched a new browser called Atlas that does a kind of a human point and click operator function. It's this agent function where you can go to any website and you can say, I want to make chocolate cake tonight. Could you buy me all ingredients? I want to make sure that everything is, sourced from XYZ kind of ingredient base. I want organic only. It's important to me that, we do this gluten-free, and could you use my PayPal account to pay for it when you're done. Just show me what you shopped for when you're finished, and then I'll approve it, and you can pay for it.
That makes sense. So you're saying that through that, certain players may get integrated better, and then people may make decisions about, using PayPal versus Venmo, for example.
Or not going to Amazon's search engine, who, according to Howard, whoever, they have over 70% of the market share of all kind of U.S. commerce. So it's a way to kind of maybe not have to be. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know where this is headed. I was just noticing it seems like they're getting into a lot of different businesses as the one-stop app. And I know there's also talk about them developing some kind of hardware that they want to release. Wasn't it John Ivey or whatever, Apple's designer from way back? Isn't he in talks with Sam Altman to actually release what they're calling kind of the mobile phone that actually gives you some of your life back? Because I guess the idea is that, OpenAI or ChatGPT would be the brain, and you just tell it what you want, and it just spins up the app, which is linked through API calls and, contracts to, every app in existence, like the App Store would be, but now they're owning the means of doing commerce.
Yeah, I have very mixed feelings about that, because on the one hand, I'm overwhelmed and very behind on things just because of how many clicks it takes to do any little thing, how many things go wrong in the meantime. It's what used to be a single button click is now you got to sign up through 3 different platforms, and there's like a 30% chance something will go wrong along the way. So, having a system that handles that for you, one, I would be wary of whether it works. So I'm waiting for other people to test it and bring up all the issues with it first. Just because I don't really have capacity to deal with like all the messes that it might create. But if it does work, that could be really great. But what's it great for? It's great for solving this problem that was created by all of these other companies. So it's solving an artificial problem where we have all of these steps to do anything. And then it could create even more of this cycle of now all of a sudden they can decide to charge you $500 a month. And if you don't want to pay that, then the other apps underneath can get even more inshitified, because it's kind of sustaining this, as opposed to if this wasn't built and let's say people just stopped going to Instagram because of how hard it is to find what you're actually looking for, then Instagram would be motivated to do better, versus like the more things that get built on top of the enshittification of other things. It's interesting, like what's a solution versus what's a Band-Aid that paves the way for...
Can I ask you a couple of questions really quick? And if they're more than you want to say, obviously you're free to just not answer. I'm curious, what is your specialization in terms of the engineering you do? I'm just trying to get an idea of what kind of question I can ask you that maybe you would have something really super insightful to share that I haven't learned.
Sure. So I did full stack and a little bit of AI engineering with optical character recognition and image processing. And I also did UX research and product management for a couple AI startups.
UX, okay. UX, just really quick. That's what my spidey senses were telling me, but it's more than that. So you also did UX, and what else?
So I was a software and AI engineer, and then now I've been doing UX, primarily the research side of really understanding users' needs and experiences.
So in terms of this concept of, they talk about the cost of leaving. This author was talking about the cost of leaving. It seems to be a common thread in the book where different companies create or have, by design of having the better product initially, it becomes more difficult to go to different products because they are doing it better, or in theory. So like Facebook, it's if you leave, you lose your friends unless all your friends come with you. On Amazon, it's like you lose the ability to send a package back free of charge in terms of the parcel costs and different things like that. And other companies, it's whatever it is. Did you ever sort of take that mindset into account when you were helping design or engineer something?
So I worked with early stage startups. So we were thinking more about the beginning of how to get people using it.
Like the killer feature.
Yeah, exactly. And when I look at what the companies being described here are doing.
Have you seen any of the startups you work with grow now that you're gone exorbitantly, and like you've seen the whole sort of culture of the company change in a way that's kind of represented by this book?
Not at startups that I've worked with, because they have grown slower, stayed smaller. But I have seen other organizations which are kind of pulling from this book kind of sooner than they can get away with it, if that makes sense. Like they start doing a lot of things at once, scrapping things together. The interface is one thing one day and another thing the next. That actually did happen with one startup that I worked with. And there was a challenge where it became impossible to measure trends in using features over time because the features wouldn't stay the same.
Clubhouse? I was thinking about this earlier. Clubhouse the cost of leaving it's this, right? I mean, it's this type of interaction. I mean, many apps have tried and failed to do what Clubhouse does, even still, as one of the last holdouts. I mean, I get that Twitter, X, whatever, Spaces, they do it, but I've used Spaces, and though they can really run rooms at scale, I just find that it's so impersonal that the amount of investment of time to be able to become someone on an audience, to then get to know people over time, it's Clubhouse. I guess it's just Clubhouse all the way. I've gone to other apps too that have better features, but the people aren't there. My friends aren't there.
Clubhouse has a lot of lock-in, and we've spent a long time, especially my late partner, Ed, who thought about this endlessly, that we spent a long time trying to figure out whether the source of the lock-in was actually the app, but it's never the app, it's the people. You know, and when the people go to another app, I mean, we use another app for some of our Clubhouse experience. It's the same people, though, using that app. You know?
The app is just a venue, like a bar or a concert hall or whatever, but the people are what make it an event.
Well, so exactly. I come from that industry, my first life, and you know, the thing is that branding and reputation really hold up a venue or a producer of events. And you know, the dream was always, it's not that people are coming here for so and so headlining, but they're coming because they know whatever I give them is going to be a good time, and they're going to be there with all their friends. And it's just, you know, they know the experience itself is going to be great, to where people could even come with a more open mind to experience things that they hadn't experienced before. And as that relationship over time developed, for me, I was able to be a little bit more experimental with the offering of the venue, and thus people would come. And after a while, I didn't even have to tell people who was going to be there. It was a mystery, you know, it was like a mystery. Just call the hotline and, you know, go to the map point and just get ready for it. You know, on the other end of it, it's going to be like 2,000 of your, 2,000 of your closest friends, you know, sweating and dancing to some kind of deep-based heartbeat with visuals everywhere, and, you know, and you knew it was going to be a good time. And so I think you know, what you say venue, I think you're right. But in the book, they talk about the cost of leaving as the thing that helps a company grow. Like, once you get your killer feature, then people sort of gravitate to it like honey, and then they get addicted. You can't leave. You just can't get it as good anywhere.
And that leads me right into the topic for today's Karma Club, which is trust. And I think part of it is that you begin to trust either the platform owner, you know, which in your case, James, it would have been you, or the other people. But once you have that trust, you're not going anywhere, or you're trying not to go anywhere. That's so hard to develop.
Trust is really hard to develop, but also, and it's also fragile.
Right. But 11:30 Pacific Daylight Time today.
Karma Club, everyone, on trust.
Right.
And this is a series you've been doing, right? Because you talked about trust last week or the week before.
No, I did talk about it last week too. Trying to figure out how we can get citizens, you know, what the government can do, if anything, or whether the government should just go on without expecting trust. And if so, what does that look like?
Well, do you recall I kind of popped in your room right at the very end last week, and
you did.
I shared with you that for me, trust is always ongoing. Like the assessment of trust is, you know, and I think trust can be deepened sometimes through, you know, momentary lapses of trust where two people decide that it's kind of in the cards for them to try to work a thing out, and then you can kind of deepen the relationship because you develop better scaffolding in terms of dealing with future kind of ruptures in the relationship. And oftentimes, even like in terms of doing therapy, a therapist might say, part of what we're doing in therapy is we're bringing to light the ruptures that happen in the relationships that we're having. At least it's kind of more old school therapy. When we have an issue that comes up that happens between you and I as a therapist and the client, what we want to do then is we want to bring to light what's actually happening in this relationship now and practice different ways of relating to each other and build trust. And then maybe you can parlay that in other areas of your life. And I think that the idea of having kind of a little bit of, let me use a word that's going to sound quasi-religious, but having a little bit of grace for the people you care about, maybe assuming a little bit more of the best in them rather than sort of immediately knee-jerking to, it's the worst possible explanation. And then if over time someone shows themselves to be untrustworthy because they're constantly kind of just fucking you over, well, I think you could make a good case for cut them and warn people about them. But I think aside from a very, very long process of getting to know somebody, I don't know. I mean, I guess trust comes in a lot of different flavors. I mean, what are your thoughts about that, Tom?
Well, I'd like to save that for my room.
Fair enough. Okay, so great, perfect. So here's the teaser for your room later.
I am a very trusting person, and a lot of people make fun of me for that, but that is a choice that I have made of a way that I want to go through my life.
Yes, right? Because
I'm not just a stupid person.
No. Well, the thing is like there could be it's almost like a certain amount of chosen, it's not naivete though, it's actually wisdom, right? Because over your life you experience what it's like to be in a self that maybe doesn't trust as much on the front end, and the cost of not trusting as much is you don't see as much of the good in others, and you miss out on opportunities to repair relationships, and you can become kind of embittered, and you're going to err one way or the other. No one's perfect. Then why not just maybe err on the side of, oh, maybe I'm a little bit more compassionate when I shouldn't have been, or maybe I'm a little more trusting and I learned better. I'd rather go through that than kind of live a life where I'm sort of shriveling into myself. If that make any sense? So I guess you're preaching to the choir for me personally, but other people have different things.
I am, but I live in Arizona. Oh, here I go again. I live in Arizona where there are a lot of people with guns, and they don't trust as much as.
Denise will sometimes kind of give me a little, like hit my hand with a ruler a little bit and say, either James, you're being too kind here, just lean into your authority. And, if you've had enough's enough. You don't have to take that shit. And I'm like, yeah. But then, I'm in a moment with somebody, and there is a part of me that really is like, okay, so am I missing something here? What is it that maybe I'm missing? And can we slow this thing down enough that if we can figure out what's not being said or what's being miscommunicated, maybe there's a point here that we could make contact in some way. But, when that doesn't happen, I think eventually, it's either Jersey James or the silent assassin that gives people.
Yeah, but you seem to practice forgiveness.
Dude, come on. I do. It's true. Yeah. So, has anyone else read this book? I'm just in like the first 3 chapters, and I got really excited. Okay. Well, that's okay.
There's lots of examples of platforms. I mean, it is definitely worth reading.
The stream of consciousness here was Dr. Francine. We were talking about something to do with, basically getting the cost of leaving a platform. You mentioned trust. Could you loop us back into the connection?
Well, yes. Cory Doctorow's book, Enshittification, talks about why and how everything has gotten worse. And that's in the digital realm. And the reason is that once these platforms have your trust, and it's hard for you to leave, then they go for just their own profit motive, and they begin taking advantage of you. And that's where we are with a lot of the digital social platforms, right?
So I question, in a world that's there with these platforms, and even with interpersonal relationships as well, and with seeing, so I felt like I used to be able to trust someone, have a higher level of trust for someone who I've been friends with for a couple years. Versus now, we're at this point where a lot of people are being pushed past their breaking point, and it's like I've been screwed over by people who I never would have seen it coming from, and with platforms as well. Google's slogan used to be "Don't be evil," so now I wonder, moving forward, it's hard to build trust. People are skeptical. So what would be, maybe what's required for building trust may be different now than in the past. And maybe it may also help to have more guardrails around things, more incentives and systems, and where we don't have to rely on trust as much, which I feel like both could be helpful. If the companies could do things to where they could be like, see, our hands are tied. We couldn't hurt you if we wanted to. But when we're seeing things like OpenAI going from nonprofit to for-profit, for example, I don't know whether that would even be possible anymore, given this norm of things getting switched up a lot more than they used to. I think a lot, making it easier to reach people at the companies, better customer service, which can actually connect us to the people who are, sorry, I got distracted seeing something in the chat. But yeah, customer service, one, coming back and not just being an FAQ page. And two, like, if it could connect with the people building things, if someone brings up an issue, if it could be more than we can do this right now or we can't, but even a start of ongoing conversation if people want that. Because there were attempts at that in, a couple years ago, and I'm seeing less of that now. And in the startup world, I do see early adopters trusting startups more if they're engaged with the users they already have and not just focusing on growth and talking to new users all the time. Okay, I'm looking at this chat message now from David. Several autistic designers have made platforms with the fake out built in. They skip the eye contact stage and go straight for wallets and claim frictionless transactions as a feature. Okay.
What's the fuzzy part? Is there a fuzzy part that we could get clarity on? Because he's usually pretty willing to clarify. He's not usually just taking shots.
I'm not sure what that's referring to there, and how much it's about the. Okay, Elon, no need to build a company, just take it over. Okay, so like skipping the whole trust building phase.
Oh, you purchase the trust that someone else already built. The social capital, you spend your money on their social capital. I think that's what I'm.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a bit of a step away from autistic designers, but okay.
Listen. If you have something you're kind of like in your head, you're like, should I say this? Should I not say this? Maybe it'd be worth just getting it out, and then maybe then that'll help kind of equalize whatever you're feeling inside yourself. It seems like something isn't quite sitting right for you, and if you could just sort of get it out with that, then maybe we could figure this out. What caused you to pause? Let me ask you that. What was the thing that caused you to pause? Was it the word odd?
Oh, that's what caused me to pause. What is that?
Hold on, just really quick, dude. I'm talking to Tara. I just want to figure this little thing out because you did stop and you were saying something super interesting. So selfishly, I want to get you back to that, but I don't think we're going to get there without first at least dealing with it.
I'm happy to move away from this thread as well because I feel like the two messages are referring to different things, and I'm not really sure what the first message is referring to, and I'm okay with, so I'm guessing that eye contact here in this last message is being used more metaphorically because there are a lot of different ways to build trust. I finished my point before that, by the way. So if you had anything you wanted to respond to, Dr. James.
I actually had more questions. But I'm trying to think. There were, just because I really appreciated you being here today, and I don't want you to sort of. Well, first of all, it's not that I don't want you to be motivated by what I don't want or what I do want. But what I want to share with you, me on this one, is I've really appreciated you being here today. I hope you come back, and I hope you stay. And so I, maybe was being a little bit of a hub kind of person where I'm like, oh, maybe we can just heal this moment if there's something that happened that didn't sit right. But let me just get back to my question. I think the boundary's been set that I can respect. So my question for you was about, when I think of my question, I will ask you again. Even if I'll ask you. I had a question, but it kind of got lost in a little bit of that moment. But I've definitely, so from the software designer end, you've been project manager, you've been an engineer, you've been in UX, you've done, you said AI design or engineering of some type, and you were talking about trust. I'm trying to get myself back. And earlier you were talking about how you've been on startups, so you're kind of in the killer feature phase, not so much the exploitation of the people phase, where there is a kind of they call the cost of leaving begins to kick in. I'm curious, for designers in the room, for engineers in the room, who's ever worked for a company where part of the mission or part of the behind the scenes sort of engineering of a product already took into account this idea of we've got to make a product that people can't leave. Like we need to have the best.
Every designer says that, every single one, for various different reasons, but that is the universal thing. It used to be called stickiness. We have to make a sticky product.
So I question whether stickiness automatically means people can't leave, or people not being able to leave is just one approach to doing that. Because another way to be sticky is to make it so people don't want to leave. Make it so people's lives are better if they don't leave.
Oh, that is such a great point.
Well, like with Facebook, you lose your friends unless they come with you. With Amazon, it's you lose free returns, free parcel, cheaper prices, convenience. So this is kind of I forget, I didn't get to the part of the iPhone thing where, I'm in the iPhone chapter and they were just simply talking about through a loophole and trademark, the way they kibosh, reselling of their parts to repair their product secondhand was they put little microscopic Apple logos on everything. And so they can claim it's a trademark violation because it diminishes the value of their trademark if you've got a secondhand iPhone that breaks in a weird.
Yeah, I feel it's a spectrum from your life will be marginally not as good if you're losing a cherry on top fun delighter if you leave, down to you're not going to be able to get your basic needs met if you leave. Which, like, comparing Clubhouse to Facebook, for example, So Clubhouse, for me at least, it's more certain types of conversations that happen. There are people from here who I've added elsewhere. So I wouldn't lose the people as a whole, which if I left Facebook, yeah, like there was a time when adding people on Facebook was my way of getting around giving everyone my number and getting prank calls and flirtation from like everyone. And then now that's the platform that a lot of people would like to leave, but they don't know where to go instead. So it's interesting in that regard. Personal example of a company that I worked at that I saw like using the people can't leave pretty blatantly behind the scenes. So I worked at GE Healthcare, and I was at this all hands meeting, and they said, yeah, we're not going to have features on par with the competitors, but no one's ever been fired for buying a GE.
But the ubiquity of enshittification ensures that there's no quarter from slop.
Slop, there's a word. I think that's a room. Hey, Dr. Francine, how about Karma Club next week on slop?
Sounds good to me. There's certainly enough of it. I mean, actually, no. I like to have more uplifting topics. Sludge, yes, AJ.
Would you say that is slop a breach of trust? I mean, slop would be the perfect metaphor for the enshittification of.
Yeah, slop is a breach of trust, but it is a breach of trust between the developer and the user. This gets into a wildly complicated topic called capitalism.
Oh, here we go. Now this is usually where the conversation takes a dive right off the deep end, and I end up walking away feeling like not that it's not a good conversation, but it's where somehow people become passionate in their own perspective.
Well, look at Apple. I mean, I don't know how long you've been in the Apple ecosystem, but, I have been since the 80s. And I bought the first iPhone, by standing in line to try to buy it, to be one of the first to buy it before they had, they had retail stores. And so I feel really betrayed, but I'm not going anywhere, and they know it.
Apple really found a way into the hearts, souls, and minds of many people. They've made a debate about the difference between Apple and Android. Apple and PCs and Windows is almost integral as arguments about God versus atheism or something, or Protestantism versus being Catholic.
I'm really glad you just said that, Dr. James, because I was noticing over the past week, I was watching a lot of movies and series, and just sort of noting in my brain every single time I saw a Mac and saw the Apple on it. I mean, we used to talk about something called product placement in marketing, where people pay a lot of money to have their product known. This is just ubiquitous, but I think what's really interesting was their choice of the Apple. That was no accident, and it was absolutely trying to get at the subliminal, hardwired reaction we all have to the apple as a symbol from the Garden of Eden. So it interests me that you bring up the religious association with it as well. Again, it's not overt, but I think it actually has an effect on people.
Well, it kind of also, yes, that. Also, it was a little tongue-in-cheek because, over the decades, there have just been these dichotomies that people seem to get very passionate about that I've noticed. And in particular in Clubhouse, there's a group of people that it's all in fun, but when I am talking with them, they'll do something to the effect of, if I bring up iOS or iPhone or Apple or MacBooks, they boot me down to the audience because they're an Android only stage. I just think that's hilarious because they're it's a joke, but the fact that somehow they knew that I was just nerdy enough to really love it, I come back for more anytime I But on a serious note, I mean, I do think that the way that Apple did find a way through quality design, through a beautiful aesthetic, through branding, and through innovation, did really have a moment where they were in like shining stars. I really think so, coming kind of like a phoenix from the ashes in so many different ways. But at the same time, we are just talking about widgets here. We are just talking about things that get in between our human relationships. So,
right. No, I just think the apple as a symbol was a brilliant move on their part because I think it does affect us subliminally.
Yeah. So
it also impacts the way that companies value you. So if you try to browse airline websites and book tickets, they're going to see what type of device you're calling from, and they're going to charge you accordingly. You use an iPhone, you get a more expensive price than Android. You use Apple, you get more expensive price than Windows.
I didn't know that, but I'm not, I mean, that's so awful, and I'm not surprised.
Hello, good morning. I have a question.
Good morning, Marcus, or good afternoon if you're...
Yes, I'm in Lexington, Kentucky, and I will later listen to the Karma Room. Maybe contribute too. I'm on the highway. But I wanted to ask you the enshittification. So what's the recipe I have in mind when I hear that, like what happens to the First Lady of France, which is, on social media being claimed that she's a man, and that is flooding the space with shit. And that makes money. So what do you do to enshittify, to do the opposite?
Well, that's the whole point. Oh, the recipe in the book is to keep your eyes wide open and understand it.
Yeah, that's not good enough. Thank you. I just wanted to hear that. That's because this is like peeing against the Niagara Falls. I mean, this is a systemic thing which puts shit into space. So you cannot change that by, keeping your eyes open. You need a systemic approach.
Well, the Cory Doctorow has one, but to be honest, it's been a while since I read all of these chapters in the book, which all appeared separately in various articles and essays, and so I have to tell you that he may have a system, but I don't remember it.
So we're not quite at the end yet. We've got maybe like 15 minutes left. Is there anything about this or anything else that anyone had on their mind today that they felt like, they wanted to get out or speak to the universe? Maybe some people have some thoughts about it. Now would be a good chance to take a little bit of space.
When was this book written?
Well, I found out about it last night when I had insomnia. But let me see, do you know, Dr. Francine, when it was written?
No, it might be this year. It might be published this year.
I think it's this year, 2025. I think you're right.
But the theory behind it is at least 2 or 3 years old.
I wish David was still here, because I wanted to thank him, because he's the one who says enshittification all the time. That made me even curious about reading the book.
David is still here.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, David, thanks. You said this phrase so many times that now I'm listening to the book. It also turns out my partner has written about the topic on LinkedIn, I just found out. So a lot of synchronicities here.
I looked at the Spotify, and it has an October 2025 date, so it could be very new.
I just want to first and foremost apologize to Tara if she took that as a personal reference to autism. I was mostly referring to the lack of social connection in a meta sense, and also Elon Musk's use of, and I would say appropriation of that word when it maybe not applies to get away with really strange behavior. But it wasn't personal, and don't take it as a reference to you at all. Second, enshittification is this is the guy that came up with the term in Silicon Valley, and I think this is part of the book tour launch. You're going to see content where people are interviewing him on various platforms, just because that's how things get out into the ether. So to successfully get your idea out there. Yeah, he observed it for a while, and he came up with the term. I think, at TechCrunch last year, he made a speech that made it to the interwebs, and I was trying to, talk about this concept before. I'm not going to hijack his book, but it's definitely the stages of encapsulating consumers. We just see the whole cycle with Google, right? They don't be evil at the beginning, and then, look at this wonderful thing, to, they have a division that just does this thing that serves ads and does it. It's helping the businesses get their, businesses more eyeballs, and it just seems, I don't know, like normal evolution, and then all of a sudden you're in like the Indiana Jones temple trying to escape, but the big boulder is rolling behind you and the walls are closing in and you can't go. The
term first came out in about 2021 or 2, because it was the word of the year of the American Dialect Society in 2023. So it's not totally new, although the book is. And it's really interesting because I'm looking at solutions. This trend could be countered through legislative and technical measures, like upholding technical standards and guaranteeing users the right to leave without penalty. The concept is widely seen as a product of monopolistic market power and weakening regulations, fueling public debate on the future of digital services.
Dr. Francine, does he talk about Spotify? Does he include that as one of the platforms he's criticizing?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I don't think so.
I'm asking because I know there's a lot of controversy right now over the fact that they're running advertisements for ICE, for people to apply to be ICE agents. And there are artists, I think it was Neil Young last week, but I don't remember which. It may have been somebody else who pulled all of his music off of Spotify. So I just wondered. Yeah.
Spotify is definitely in the milieu of this, for sure, because any platform that starts off as benign and all product features that you wanted, and then all of a sudden you can't share the music that you listen to with somebody outside of that platform. It's not, that podcast, I listen to all my podcasts on Spotify, and if you gave me an Apple podcast link, I just will reject it because it's not convenient enough.
Just really quick.
My podcast on Outcast.
Excuse me. Al, I wanted to respond to you. So I was thinking about that earlier today, because obviously the book is critiquing that very thing, and the thread that I noticed in the first 3 chapters is that idea of the cost of leaving. And for me, the cost of leaving Spotify over the years has simply been, I have curated so many playlists on Spotify that before you could export your playlist to other platforms, the cost of leaving was that I lost all of this effort I had put into just a real kind of boutique experience for me.
Right. No, the cost of leaving is huge. And there's other stuff. I mean, they're running so much AI generated music in there, which is really, it's really offensive to musicians. it's I mean, something I certainly can't sanction. There's just a lot of ways in which, supporting them goes against my values, and yet I love music. I'm a music person. I also have all sorts of playlists that people have sent me over the years that's where they are. So what do? I don't know. And is it better to go over to Apple Music? I mean, I don't know if
it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like all of it is so corrupt that what are you going to do? I don't know. I mean, I really heard, Francine, when you said, that you are, disappointed with Apple and iPhone and all of this stuff. I mean, for me, it's been that every single year they come up with a new one, and suddenly, your phone is obsolete. Now it's more money and more money and more money. But on the other hand, what are you going to do? Am I going to not use a phone? Am I going to not, be online? Am I not going to stream things? Am I not going to take advantage of, what there is to take advantage of with technology? It's a tough one. It really is. I mean, I have it particularly with Amazon because I live alone. I have some serious health challenges. I don't drive. And so there are times when I do need things delivered. And, Amazon is the quickest, easiest way to do it. While I completely don't support them in so many ways. And I would kind of like to have the courage to just say, okay, fine, that's it. And I keep canceling them and then have using them because I don't have a lot of other options right now.
And that's the thing. It's monopolistic. They've driven out all the other options. And Apple, besides Google, I mean, you have no idea how many brands of phones there used to be. And Apple and Google have driven out all of the other options. But I mean, if you look, I've been looking this up on The Verge, and it's very sad because Uber used to be a great service and it's not anymore. And Amazon used to be a great service and it's not anymore. And the New York Times, I subscribe to the New York Times. I pay. What do you pay for the New York Times? It's like $25 a month. It's not cheap. And even so, you get ads. So, there is no escaping advertising. None.
That's funny that you said that because that's on my short list for this morning is to call the New York Times to tell them I absolutely cannot afford to keep being a subscriber because it was like 2 minutes ago, which probably means 9 months ago, it was like $5 a month, and now it's $25 a month. And I'm told that if I call there, and that, of course, is going to use up my time and my resources, and I'm going to have to be on the phone. If I say I'm leaving, they are apparently going to try to negotiate back into $5. So I'll let you know tomorrow what happens. But
so now they operate like a phone company. Where if you call AT&T and tell them you're leaving, they'll do the same thing. They'll lower your bill. But it's like what, and it's like I've read that about car insurance too, which is that if your car insurer finds out that you haven't been shopping around within the last 2 years, they just up your car insurance.
Well, I'll tell you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Fran.
No matter.
I got too eager. I just thought I would share a quick anecdote about what happened yesterday, which was that I called Verizon because they were about to take out an automatic payment, I think yesterday. And I called them because I was getting mixed messages. I got one email saying that it was late and one saying when it was due, and I just wanted to find out what was real. And in engaging with this guy, which I did for over an hour, the guy was, really helpful and really trying. Well, what did we discover? We discovered, number one, that my $130 Verizon payment, which covers both my phone and my internet service, so those are two things that are bundled together, that I actually, because I've been a Verizon customer for 12 years or whatever, I actually qualify for the loyalty program, which means it should be $101, not $130. Okay, that was news. No one ever told me that. No one ever offered that. No one ever said, oh, by the way, we can save $30 a month. For me, that matters. Then he went on to discover that some 3-4 years ago, whenever I changed my internet over to Verizon from Comcast and Xfinity, because now it was allowed in the condo building I live in, that I was given a free monthly subscription to, oh God, Discovery Plus. I don't even know what it is. I've never opened the app. I've never used it. I guess it's a TV streaming platform. But apparently after 6 months, that expired, and I've been being charged $10 a month for almost 3 years for that because I never canceled it. So now in the course of this conversation, my monthly fee has gone from $130 down to $101 minus $10. This is what happens if you get on the phone and you actually bothered. Now, I am privileged. I have the luxury of having the time, being able to get on the phone and do this. But I just saved myself over $40 a month just from having that conversation about things that I didn't even know were going on in my bill.
And these days, if there's a human to be found.
And they do it on purpose.
Those free offers are not for your benefit, right?
Well, I really
the first one done up.
Yeah, I pushed him. I said, you know what? If I've been being charged $10 a month for almost 3 years, let's see what that adds up to. Let's take that off my bill. Going forward, let's take that up retroactively. And he kind of it sort of sounded like he was hoping he could do it, but of course he couldn't because that was not through Verizon. That was through, I guess.
Another vendor.
Yeah, just by my accepting it. It was up to me to have read small print and know that this was going to expire in 6 months and then I was going to get charged.
Dude, gyms are notorious for this kind of thing.
Oh man, going off of the whole theme of charging different people different prices for the same thing. Now there's like the variable pricing at grocery stores and all that, apartment buildings, like based on demand, which it's not tied to supply anymore. But then demand's not going to go down for things like food and housing, so they can just keep raising it indefinitely. Yeah, I agree, Leanne, that dynamic pricing should be outlawed. I do feel like that's one area where competition could make a difference. Like if a new grocery store pops up or even a delivery service and they're like, we're going to charge everyone the same price and it's going to be based on the cost of the supply, I think that could make an actual difference.
But there's very little competition.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Someone could come up.
Dr. Francine, are you there? You're showing a phone symbol. Okay, I guess not. At some point when she gets back, or if anyone else wants to speak to this, I'd be very interested to hear about more practices in actually breaking up monopolies. The only one that really comes to mind for me is AT&T being broken up. Anyone can think of a different example?
Well, that's a good one. Maybe you can talk about that, Denise. That's a good example.
Well, recently there was the case that was lost, right, against Google and Chrome, wasn't it? They were wanting that to be broken off, and then there was an offer from OpenAI to purchase Chrome, and then lo and behold, OpenAI just has their own browser now. I think that's both. But I thought so. Well, anyway, doesn't really. So we're at the end. I want to close the room. If anyone has any final 30 seconds or less kind of thoughts, feel free. If you have anything going on that you want to plug, feel free. And then, obviously we'll have a chance to talk tomorrow.
My closing thought is that anti-monopoly laws exist. They simply need to be enforced, and that can be accomplished via pressure from people and groups. So it's not, companies would like us to think that resistance is futile, but it's not. And that's why they spend money on convincing you that it's not.
Hey, Dee, if I get through this book as quickly as I think I'm going to, because it's kind of got me hooked. So, and it's an audiobook, so I can kind of listen to it passively. When they get to the chapter about kind of what to do about it, maybe I'll introduce that as a topic and future. That's something I talk
about. Dr. James, also going back earlier when you mentioned about Club Deck, because I've tried for 3 years, I can't get Club Deck to work on my Mac, which I've really tried. It's very, very easy to stream that stuff just using the iPhone. You don't need to have Club Deck for us to listen to things like that in rooms. I mean, Intelligent Bookshelf does that. Lots of spaces do that, where we can listen to things together in a space without needing it to be on Club Deck. Just letting you know that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It hurts my ears to listen to any kind of audio that's not real, delicious. So I probably wouldn't do that to anyone, but
really? Because I
just called the New York Times.
Hold on.
And they're having a promotion. They're having promotions on Thanksgiving and Cyber Monday, and Black Friday in November, and that you can then take advantage of a promotion. But otherwise, there's no respite for a long-time subscriber. I got on there and said, I've been a subscriber since 1951, which is actually true. And the guy was very nice, and all he offered me was that.
So if you were to just I wonder what would happen if I just canceled.
Well, that's what you do. You check out the promotion. And what I'm going to do is check out the promotion that they have, and then cancel my account and open a new one.
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. Also, just for PSA for the room, my son Evan does this by getting his New York Times through the library in LA. So there's a way to actually work around not having a subscription and actually get it online through the library. And I checked to see if that was available in Minneapolis as well, and it was. So that was interesting. I had no idea.
Well, thank you for that, Elle. You get to be the final word today. I'm gonna close the room down now, but it's been a good talk today. I really enjoyed this. I hope you.
Me too, Dr. James. You are a wonderful host.
Aw, thanks. Everybody gets a hello. You can't come to the room without getting greeted and a little interrogated by me. Okay, well, I'll talk to you again. I'm gonna shut the room down now. I'm at home now, and I've got Osiris next to me and Pauline on a bench. We're looking at the ocean in Sea Ranch, and it's just it's a little bit more tempting than remaining on Clubhouse. So
you're a Japanese toilet to the inshinification.
You're welcome, David, and a good day.
As long as I pray, I will be safe. You know that that's true.
If you wanna eat,
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. My brother's in the Haredi community. He didn't believe in fuck all when it came to COVID. All he believed is, if you believe in Hashem, you won't catch COVID.
It doesn't impress me that you're shouting, and if you think that you know more than me,
I'm not trying to impress you, and it's not a dick waving contest. You always think it's a fucking contest with you.
Stop shouting, my God.
Because I'm trying to talk and you fucking straight up interrupted me from the beginning. That's the problem. Yes. I was giving my opinion and really like you're wrong. You interrupted, but you don't ever acknowledge when you interrupt. Exactly. That's it. You only want to hear your voice. That's fucked up.
Okay.
These Jews are
So there are people. Oh my God. Okay, so can everybody stop? If you need to eat, you need to go to work. Okay? If you think that you will pray all day and you will just get food, good luck with that. That is not the reality. And it's not about just like praying from day and night. You have to do other stuff in life. And if you say, okay, we'll take 1,000 geniuses that will work day and night, like we do, like with the athletes. If you're a great athlete that you can go to the Olympics, then you'll be exempt from the IDF.
Okay, let me know when I can speak, because I don't want to interrupt you. It sounds like you're on a roll. Let me know when